His fortune, his reputation, his legacy. He spent the rest of his life trying to recover and never did. The difference between them wasn't intelligence. Fisher was probably smarter. The difference was that Babson paid attention to the signals. He respected the pattern. He positioned himself for what was coming instead of what he wished would happen. You have the same choice right now. You can look at the data I just showed you and decide it doesn't apply to you. Markets always recover eventually, right? This time could be different. Or you can ask yourself some uncomfortable questions. How much of your wealth is in the stock market right now? Not just your brokerage account, your retirement accounts, your pension if you have one, your home equity if you live in a bubble market. How much of that is concentrated in a handful of mega-cap tech stocks? How much of your financial security depends on prices staying where they are or going higher? If the market dropped 50% over the next 18 months, which is what happened in 2008, would you be okay? Would you lose your retirement? Would you have to delay your plans by a decade? I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm a historian. I study patterns. And the pattern is clear. The people who get destroyed in crashes aren't stupid. They're just unprepared. They trust the experts who tell them everything is fine. They believe the system is more stable than it is. They assume someone would warn them if something was really wrong. Nobody warned them in 1929. Nobody warned them in 2008. Nobody's going to warn you now. The warning is the pattern itself, and now you know it. What you do next is up to you. If this video helped you see something you didn't see before, subscribe and turn on notifications.
wonderfully well today. Alrighty, kicking off Tuesday, December 30th, approaching month end and year end. Good morning, YS. And we're back. What is happening in the stock market today? Well, a couple things, guys. Natural gas booming. Kapowie. Look at that breakout on natural gas. Up 5.75%. Booyah. See you later. Natural gas is creating a very large rounding formation here. And if we can break out here, guys, this is going to be a monster pattern. This potential breakout of this zone here is going to be huge. Huge, huge, huge for natural gas. You don't feel like trading much? Well, you know what? Take a break, sit back. You don't always have to trade every day. You see, this is a weird time. I'm still kind of in vacation holiday mode. It's very weird time to be trading. The volume's pretty thin across the major indices. I mean, you look at SPY the last couple of days, it's been nothing. 3 days here since Wednesday, Christmas Eve. I mean, SPY's traded nothing in volume. Same thing with the Russell, light, extremely light. QQQ yesterday, 32 million shares. I mean, nothing. You lose money on Tuesday. Well, you know, it's good to know where you're going wrong and avoid those days is certainly a way that you can mitigate risk and loss. I'm Boyle today, finally getting a nice boost as UNG is pumping to the high side. We got gold bouncing quite nicely after it had that huge, huge down move yesterday. Silver also bouncing pretty sharply, up 5.68%. On the chart, you can actually see SLV is testing 69 bucks already. Pretty impressive bounce to say the least. Crude oil, WTI, trying to form a bit of a breakout here, potential right shoulder. So still has a lot of work to do, but trying to break out. Looking at the crypto land here, BTC is trying to bounce just a touch here. Bitcoin trying to hold that volume shelf point of control. Still pretty oversold. I still think, even though it's looking very bearish, setting up a potential flag pattern to go lower, I still think we're going to have one more push to the high of the range. Ethereum itself also somewhat weak down here. Look at the dollar. The US Dixie still trying to hold this 618 fib level. Intraday, does look like it's trying to break out as well. I guess the true level that we need to get back above. is literally where we're getting rejected off of now. So if we can clear this little bit of a high pivot, I don't suspect these two pivots will keep us in check for very long. Just look at the bond market real quick. 10-year yield. They're not really doing too much. We do have FOMC minutes later today. So 2 p.m. we get the Fed minutes. There might be a little bit of volatility around that. All right. All right, let's keep going through the pre-market. We will scan for stocks. The Fed minutes isn't like FOMC. FOMC is a much bigger volatile event. Fed minutes, you'll get within the first, that 2:01 p.m. candle, that first 1 minute candle, you might get a big wick up or down. You know, it doesn't really last long, the FOMC minutes reaction candle. It's usually, a quick 1 to 5 minute move. So it's very small. Doesn't set the tone. It just can give you a quick spike or drop on your contracts when you're trading. All right, let's look at some New York Stock Exchange top gainers today. Let's see what we got going on. Ticker PEG. Why is it showing that that's up? Oh my goodness, is my broker already acting crazy today? I think so. I think they are. Silver stocks are bouncing quite nicely. Southern Copper. These copper stocks are just mooning. I mean, look at the run that copper's had. Pretty incredible. How's Freeport, FCX? Damn, I still remember that. That was the news announcement of the death. It's so weird how the technical low is that news of the death in their factory, and then boom, it just shot up to new all-time highs, almost new all-time highs. Copper stocks have been crazy though. Crazy, crazy. Crazy strong, that's for sure. Central Pacific Financial Corp is dropping in the after hours, or in the pre-market, I should say. CPF. Signals Q4 net interest income growth and strategic partnership with Kyoto, blah, blah, blah. Raises dividend. Weird. Don't know why that's dropping. All right, NASDAQ top gainers. Ooh. Looking at Baidu, guys. BIDU. Breakout. Bang. That is an impressive move. Here we go. Here comes China stocks. Here comes China stocks. Baba? I don't even know what the news on Baidu is, but here we go. I think China is going to be staging a breakout, guys. Wow, Baidu. That looks solid, guys. but it's a solid move, guys. BIDU gapping up this morning, trading at 133. I don't even have any news on it, but it's moving, that's for sure. Serve Robotic. Today you also got Rocket Labs surging again. I mean, that stock is just relentless. It wants to just keep floating higher. Quantum stocks, nuclear stocks seeing some strength as well. Excuse me. ASML gapping up this morning. There's news on ASML. It's a peak. China mandates a 50% domestic gear for new chip capacity. China requiring chip makers to use at least 50% of local equipment. China is requiring chip makers to use at least 50% of locally manufactured equipment for adding new capacity, Reuters reported, citing three people with knowledge of the matter as the country pushes to build a self-sufficient semiconductor supply chain. The rule is not publicly documented. However, in recent months, chip makers looking for state approval to set up and expand their plants have been told by authorities that they must prove through procurement tenders that at least half their equipment will be China-made. It is one of the most significant measures China has unveiled to reduce reliance on foreign technology. The effort saw renewed pace after the U.S. tightened technology export restrictions in 2023, curbing the sale of advanced AI chips and semiconductor equipment to China. Interesting. Let's look at some of the other semis here. MU. Constant push and pull in the semiconductor battle. Micron still near the highs. That thing is just ridiculous. Let's look at Taiwan Semi, TSM. Also trying to bounce. AMD, trying to establish a little bit of a base here. Broadcom, AVGO, still looking a little bit troublesome here. It's bounced quite nicely. Needs to recapture those key levels. What else do we have in semiconductor land? Let's look at SMCI. We haven't touched base on that one. That one's just a dog down here. It doesn't want to seem to catch a bid, but I believe, is SMCI negative now on the year? So it started the year down here. Wow, so SMCI is flat for 2025. Crazy trading range though. Let's look at ARM. Wow, ARM has just been beaten up as well. Crazy. It's tempting to try to pick it here for a bottom pick, but also another stock that I believe for the year is negative. Yeah, ARM is actually negative for the 2025 calendar year. Filthy move down. CoreWeave stock is still. Yeah, SMCI is troublesome. SMCI is a tough stock. Even this Octa has been a pain, just stuck in this 92 range for so long. On. On semiconductor, not a bad chart. It's trying to break out here. Semiconductor. All right, let's keep scrolling through here, guys. Sorry, I got sidetracked on semis. Let's look at some of these other mag names. Tesla right now is pulling back, piercing the 20, bouncing a few dollars. In the pre-market is back above its 20-day moving average. I think you can long Tesla as long as it stays above that 20-day moving average, which is at 462.46. So right now we are above that 20-day moving average for the time being. Let's look at Google, Amazon, Meta. So Google right now still just consolidating above its 7-day. Still a very strong chart. Wants to go higher, I think. Amazon still looking fairly strong, but you're starting to see some mainstream news outlets starting to pump up the stock. I don't like that. Chart pattern still looks okay, but I think if you're long Amazon, which we are, you just want to not let the trade go against you. All right. Meta's still a tough chart down here. Is it oversold? Yes, it is. I can't even friggin' focus on all of this. So it bounced sharply off that volume weighted. That wick never happened, guys, which makes me very suspect. I feel like they want to push Meta up to this wick, but that never happened. Which is pretty crazy. I want to see us maintain above this high volume bar here. I don't want to see us lose this candle, which we came close to yesterday and they saved it. So I think you can long Meta as long as you stay above this high volume candle. Yeah, but SMCI is manipulated for sure. All right, let's look at NVIDIA here. NVDA. NVIDIA still looks constructive, guys. I think the market is going to be okay because NVIDIA is looking like it wants to press a little bit higher into the 195, 200 area. There's too much confluence up here. There's a value area high, previous gap fill, data earnings high spike. You got the bullish inverse head and shoulders target. There's a lot of factors that are pointing that NVIDIA has more upside. So NVIDIA right now is still acting fairly well. If we throw in some of the key moving averages, you can see yesterday NVIDIA backtested the 50-day moving average. So it had a positive impulse candle through the 50. You confirmed the breakout. Following session, you backtested that previous resistance zone. Support was held, so the stock, you want to give it the benefit of the doubt. All right, did we discuss all the mag names? Apple. Apple's the only one we didn't discuss. So Apple right now, setting up, looking okay. I really like nuclear down here for a year-end pop, guys. I think the fact that SMR is now negative on the year-to-date performance, so nuclear gains have been wiped out for 2025. So I think that these could be a massive Q1 pop or first week of 2026 pop. So names like SMR, Oklo, a lot of these stocks, even these crypto-related stocks, Mara, I still think a lot of these can get some pops here within the first couple weeks of 2026. Just basically purely off of underperformance in 2025. Usually stocks that underperform catch a little bit of a bid in the new year. All right, let's see what else we've got going on. Any unusual volume trends in the market? Let's just take a peek. Dayforce, NTZ. Not really seeing too much worth. IMAX, Universal Health Services, seeing a little bit of unusual volume. Tyson Foods, TSN, seeing a little bit of unusual volume here. TSN in the pre-market. That's nothing crazy though. Let's see some of the most active stocks in the market. So we've got Dayforce, IONQ, SMR, JP Morgan, QBTS. Let's look at QBTS real quick because it is trying to establish a little bit of a potential base to push off of. Again, it's another tricky trade, this QBTF, because it's trying to form a bit of an inverted head and shoulders rounding formation, but again, you've got some lower highs in place with lower lows. So if you start taking out these lows, this little bit of a wedge pattern here, things could get real dicey for this particular stock. So you want to hold this trend line. You really don't want to break it. IONQ sitting right on that daily 200 moving average yesterday. Let's look at XPEV. XPEV, so China catching a nice bid today, guys. 7 and 20 bullish crossover a couple days ago. Gap up this morning. 50-day will act as a little bit of resistance, but you're likely going to want to push through that. And considering XPEV is strong and it's got Baidu acting well, look for China today, guys. China stocks might catch more sympathy. So you got Baba, you got JD, you got TME, Tencent Music, which I also like down here as well. Getting pretty oversold, piercing the weekly 50, sitting right on a 50% retrace zone. So it's getting interesting from a technical swing standpoint here. A lot of these China names, in fact. All right, we got T1 Energy, TE. Caleb's wanting to look at Baba. Here, let's look at Baba real quick. Yeah, so Baba's also a tricky one because I like it. I do like Baba. There's a lot going on here. I still like the Baba fundamentals. No question about that. Just going to clean up this chart. So Baba's been putting in lower highs, lower lows inside of a bigger bullish pattern, right? And this could be one major weekly bull flag forming. The structure is still there. You're coming into a weekly 365 week moving average. That's sitting at roughly 144.50. Now on the daily chart, you got a lot of support here at this 50% retrace. You can see you hit it once, bounced, hitting it again. They're saving a little bit, retesting it. So there is some support here, but we keep hammering on it like they're trying to keep this stock weak for the rest of the year. I think Baba's a Q1, Q2 2026 play. Not a bad area if you're wanting to build in. Options are tricky on Baba because they're very, very volatile. You can wake up to gap ups, gap downs. So I prefer common shares. But if you're going to play options, just give yourself some time on the clock. But again, another one that's trying to flatten out the 7 and 20 moving average here. So it is showing some signs of accumulation. But I like it here. Baba's into a decent area. I think it's had enough pullback. You're kind of digested this bigger move to the upside, 50% retrace. You've had a 1, 2, 3, almost a 3 wave to the downside here. So it's getting ready. I don't mind it here, guys. You're still above your daily 200. You just had the weekly 7 and 20 bearish crossover. So I do believe it's setting up. One could even argue it's forming a falling wedge pattern here. That again is another statistical bearish pattern, bullish pattern, sorry. Falling wedge pattern is statistically bullish, so it could be a bull flag or a falling wedge depending on how you look at it. Maybe we go a touch lower, but it's into a reasonable area to start nibbling, I certainly think. I'd rather short China stock because of the news. Sorry, it's in Chinese, but China make all companies send money back to China. Interesting. All right, let's look through a few other stocks here, guys, because actually we got 3 minutes till the open. I'll put the dual screen. We'll have SPY up here and SPX. Let's go back here. Guys, we've got a couple minutes here till the open. Everybody get ready, get your trading hats on. Again, the market is still technically trying to hold a bit of a bullish back test here of an inverted head and shoulders. If it loses this neckline, we could flush pretty hard. But it's probably going to be another fairly light volume session, so important not to really rush into any trades. They can pump it, they can dump it. It's a lot easier to manipulate the market when the volume is pretty thin, which it is. Volume is very thin. Excuse me. All right, markets are open, guys. Markets are open. Big gap down in Netflix. Big push up in the SPY there. Well, look at that buy program coming right into play. Crazy. Nvidia, Broadcom spiking here. UNG ridiculously strong. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of rejection. Natural gas, gold, crude oil still strong. IWM's green. SPX sitting right on its daily 7 moving average, guys. So there's definitely some support here. Question is how much? Nuclear stocks are ripping here, guys. SMR moving. Rocket Lab's having a stellar day. Bitcoin, natural gas still holding ridiculous strength here. Very, very good strength. SPY's still trying to find its kind of footing here. Nvidia trying to push higher. Silver starting to come in a little bit. We got Tesla down 0.5%, Meta up 0.48, Google up 0.8, Nvidia up 0.1, Microsoft barely green, Amazon down, QQQ, IWM, SPY, all negative slightly. Alibaba is still negative. Interesting. Silver starting to get a little bit rejected down here. A little bit of selling hitting the S&P here. Natural gas stocks still acting very, very well with natural gas flying. Crypto stocks are trying to make a move here. Mara acting a little bit better here. S&P though getting dragged down. Starting to lose a little bit of that bullish breakout pattern on SPY. We're starting to lose it a bit. Not a good sign right now. They need to start saving it quickly here, or else we run the risk of going lower. UNH having a good day. Nice. Bitcoin's still flagging on your 20-minute chart, still looking pretty bullish. Broadcom looking bullish. Nvidia pulling back here quite a bit. SPY's still sitting right on that volume weighted average price, so needs to hold here. There's definitely some support, but it's kind of a big zone. The bears want to take us lower, bulls want to hold. So far for the market. Nvidia getting smoked here, guys. Nvidia really heavy right now. Coming in hard. Broadcom AVGO also coming in hard. So some pretty hard selling off of the open on Nvidia. Very hard reversal back down. S&P is still holding that kind of that volume weighted average price area. Opening range low. Back testing that neckline. It's a big zone here. It's a big zone for the market. Broadcom still holding some structure. Nvidia is trying to bounce. Meta doing really, really well, up 1.12. Microsoft still green. Google still green. Bit of a fight here between the bulls and the bears, guys. Bit of a fight. Battleground. United Health having a stellar day. Trade Desk strong day. STZ. So you're getting a lot of the other components of the S&P 500 capturing liquidity. They're selling a little bit of mega cap tech. There's obviously components that are strong, but you got a lot of broad-based performance today from the market. I'm seeing a lot of stocks turning green here, guys. Lots of stocks are turning green. Even some of the high beta names that have lagged recently are starting to gain some strength here. So if we look at RSP today, RSP and they're still kind of neck and neck, SPY and RSP, but there's definitely some stocks trying to turn green here. Mirror reversing, nuclear stocks reversing, SPY still super heavy down here. Still shaking the tree in SPY land. Trying to break opening range here. SPX sitting right on its daily 7. SPY losing a little bit of momentum. It needs to work itself higher here, or else we could flush. Still trying to hold yesterday's opening range kind of area. 6,900 on SPX, psychological whole number. Trying to see if they can break us through that opening range. Could be a bit of a liquidity sweep attempt. Still trying to sell this market through that opening range low. Just put Google and IWM. Yep, I'm still holding Boyle. Absolutely. I like natural gas. I think it's still going to press higher. Nvidia is still seeing a little bit of selling. SPY still trying to hang on to that opening range low. Looking a little bit bearish here. If it can't firm up here, it's a lot of mixed price action in the tape, guys. Lots of mixed price action. They're not making it easy in the indices right now. Definitely some individual names that are performing better, but very tricky tape. Nvidia is still a little bit weak. Broadcom acting well. Tesla still down. Meta strong. Google flat. Apple slightly negative. Microsoft flat. Amazon down 0.4. They're still trying to save this market through its opening range low. You really don't want to lose this pivot from yesterday, so there's definitely some support here. But market's struggling here, guys. Off of the open, all indices are red. They are shaking the tree. Nvidia losing some momentum. SMR nuclear names losing momentum. Micron still holding strength. AMD slightly negative. UNH having a stellar day up 1.73. Trade Desk up 0.7. Constellation Brands up 0.7. Snapchat slightly green. Bitcoin still flagging. Trying to put in a bit of a bull flag potential. Not looking too good here in Spyland. We are testing a little bit of a pivot zone here. Whoa, look at that. Big ripper back up, guys. Talk about our nice reaction candle. This is what light volume can do, right? The wicks can be insane. Absolutely insane. That was a crazy wick. I don't know if there's a news candle on that. 947. Wasn't really expecting anything, but that was a hard reversal back up. Let's see what happens off of that SPY candle. It was just a one-off. Broadcom ripping, moving. I guess the PMI data coming out spiked the market there. Really, your dollar didn't do much. Markets are still trying to hold its opening range. Nvidia trying to defend price. Big bounce here in the market. Markets are defending its 7-day moving average so far. Big surge in the market, guys. Big push. Push in the market. Market's in full squeeze mode. Send it. They are still squeezing it. Guys, what a bounce. What a liquidity sweep in the market, eh? That is crazy. Crazy reaction candle. Now we're trying to break through opening range high, guys. This is setting up for bullish price action. If we can hold this opening range high breakout, we're setting up here for a bit of a bullish potential trender. There's potentially a bullish trend day setting up here if we can hold this opening range. Market is in full squeeze here, guys. Coming into that value area high, 688.25. Video firming up again. Market's looking bullish, guys. We've now had a bearish close below opening range low, which was stick saved. Now we've had a bullish intraday close above our opening range high. So now we are favoring bullish price action as long as we remain through this opening range high. If we can hold this OR high, then we could have a nice trender. There still could be quite a bit of room today to maneuver to the upside. BTC making a nice move, guys. So Bitcoin's acting quite a bit better. Crypto stocks. Look at Bitcoin here, guys. BTC starting to shake and move here, guys. BTC starting to break out intraday. Starting to get those big candles on Bitcoin. Keep your eyes on IBIT or BITO or Mara, or MSTR, Bitfarms. Hmm. Nvidia though still selling off a touch here. So we've defended this original inverted head and shoulders, guys. So remember the upside potential off of this inverse head and shoulders pattern, believe it or not, could still take us to 689.80-ish. That's the potential of the bullish intraday pattern. All right. So breakout target is still in effect. Nvidia is still a little bit weak here. Bitcoin moving. Yep, big bull day in crypto. Bitcoin now up 1.85%, 88.8, going for 89K, guys. BTC going for 89K. BTC is ripping here, guys. BTC is ripping. This has got room to run. We're now clearing the 20-day moving average, guys. 7 and 20 bullish crossover will likely occur in a couple days. Market's gaining some liquidity here. Things are looking bullish. Bullish. Go S&P, go. Get us to 689. Rip us. Rip us. Netflix still struggling. What's SoFi doing? Natural gas pulling back a touch here. Rocket Lab squeezing. Nasty. Wow. Come on, send the market. Send it. Yeah, I like crypto. I like it. IWM, guys, still lagging a little bit. It's still actually negative on the session, your Russell 2000. So once that turns green, you're probably going to get more buy side pressure. There goes S&P. We ripping, guys. We are ripping. Look at this big breakout in Spyland. QQQ ripping. Spy ripping. Crazy. Here we go. QQQ sweeping highs. Spy about to sweep some highs. Let's sweep that high pivot, guys. If you're long, there might be a good sell trigger through that high pivot sweep. Wait for the pullback to buy long. The market is fully bully here. We strong. Look at that SPX chart. Looking pretty solid here, I would say. That they're trying to stage a potential little breakout here on SPX. A little bit of resistance. But we still look like we have more upside. Snapchat intraday chart looking pretty solid as well, guys. S&P still looks like it wants to sweep this high. So once we make a higher high here, again, the intraday trend kind of confirms that bullish thesis and pullbacks can likely be bought. If we take out this high on a closing basis, see what this SPX can do, guys. Lots of liquidity flowing back into the market. Lots of liquidity. Bitcoin still moving. Up almost 2% on BTC land. Nice price action. Big spot here for the market, guys. Big spot here. You can see we're just consolidating at this previous little high pivot zone. But if we clear this, it's going to be off to the races, guys. It's pulling back a little bit. There is just a touch of resistance up here. Seeing some sell side pressure, which is okay. You don't want to see this move happen too quickly. Build a little bit of a flag pattern before it breaks out would be ideal. You can see the SPX 10-minute chart down sloping resistance trend line, keeping us in check for now. Decent pullback so far. Coin still charging higher here, guys. BTC testing 89,000, $100 shy. This is technically where the bulls want to defend price, right off that opening range high. A little bit of selling hitting your S&P. Profit taking off that big surge. SPY's still trying to hold that opening range high. UNH is just strong today, guys. United Health, Healthcare XLV breaking out on your hourly chart, setting up. Trade desk looking strong. Range Resources, stellar move for Range Resources today. EQT, nice price action. Wow, DataVolt is just getting annihilated. DVLT down another 13% today. Whew. Full-fledged liquidation in that ticker. Rocket Labs pulled back quite a bit. All right, so they're burning a little bit of call premium now, punishing the late chasers who missed out on that rally. Still trying to hold support here. This is a big back test. Come on, to hold this area and set us up for the next leg. Nice move on Chipotle, CMG, Mexican Grill. Losing a little bit of structure here. Trying to go through its opening range low. Yeah, Meta is strong. Meta is super strong. Very positive 15-minute candle on SPY here, but a nice pullback. Let's see if they want to prop us up here eventually. Bitcoin hard projection off of 89,000 area, 88.9, seeing a fat 10-minute sell candle. Dow still negative, IWM still negative, Amazon still struggling, Microsoft green, Google green, Meta ripping, Tesla's trying to go green, Nvidia is still a little bit laggy here. Uranium getting slapped around. SPY still sitting above its volume weighted average price on the 15-minute chart, so it's still holding technical support. But you don't want to lose this opening range. They're really selling this rip here. Markets are losing a little bit of momentum. Coming back to that volume weighted average price on SPY, which is at 687.49. 687.49 is a big zone for SPY. It's kind of the line in the sand. I didn't like the fact that we lost this opening range high, but they're still trying. Volume is still very thin here, guys. Very light volume. But they punish the late chasers. If you caught chasing that move, they punished you. So it still seems right now we're in a buying dip, selling rips. Obviously it sounds easier, but they keep punishing the late chasers. Doesn't look like the market's setting up for breakout buyers. It's setting up for counter trend traders today, where you sell your rips into resistance and buy your pullback. So this is technically still a viable support zone on SPY. And I don't really want to lose this higher high zone. But we're now back between our OR low and OR high. Could be one choppy theta burning day. Yikes. And SPY's back to the dark side. All indices are back to the red. Dip still backing and filling. Nasty pullback in the S&P so far. Your IWM leading the charge to the downside. Meta is still ripping up 1.6, Google still at 0.3, Tesla's turned green. Nvidia down half, Apple down 0.3, Amazon down 0.26. QQQ slightly red on this session. Nasty. Looks like a bit of a liquidity trap right now. Will this higher high from yesterday hold? Backtesting that volume weighted average price for last week on SPY. So low volume, FOMC minutes at 2. Could be just a slow chop day, guys. Slow chop day looks like. But the markets are giving up a lot of this pop. I mean, pretty much everything. Nasty little sell. Nasty sell in the S&P so far. Losing hourly chart support now. Here we go. They trapped all those bulls. Back to opening range low. Nasty little head and shoulders potentially setting up here on SPY. Don't think it'll play out, but it's there. Yeah, look at that volatility, right? No trend. Just chop. Just chop. Watch them. Just as they get people bared up here, because it's looking so bearish. Imagine they flip it again. We'll certainly find out here. Nasty drop on your S&P now. Back testing that daily chart 7 moving average on SPX. Let's look at our QQQ here. QQQ is through its 7-day moving average. Currently below it. Markets are still struggling here. Nasty breakdown there. What a full gap and crack. Well, it's not really a gap and crack, but what a full on reversal there. That was filthy. Bitcoin trying to bounce a little bit. SPY trying to trigger a bit of a head and shoulders pattern here. I feel like they're going to save it and push it back up off of the support trend line. There is some support down here, previous dark pool print. But looking pretty nasty here. Let's see if they stick save us and push us back up. Nvidia is catching a little bit of 10-minute chart support. Nuclear stocks trying to bounce. Your dollar is starting to rip again. DXY. Uh-oh. DXY could put pressure on your commodities again, guys. Silver and gold, I'd watch those carefully as the dollar is starting to make a big push here intraday. Wow, Dixie breaking out, clearing some highs. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Crazy. Crazy dollar move. The heck's the dollar gonna do? What is causing the dollar to spike there? Google starting to crack? Yeah, there's some signs. It's definitely a few names that are lagging. There's still pockets of strength in this market. Kind of your underperforming names are really, really performing today. You're already seeing some of that capital rotating out of your outperformers into your underperformers. Nvidia, though, getting a nice 10-minute candle. Let's see if it can help SPY here. Still acting fairly well. Uranium trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Apple still struggling. Meta's still struggling. Meta's still holding its value up 1.3%. Uh-oh. SPY's losing this 10-minute candle. Not looking good. Not looking good right now. Needs to firm up here. Tilting your S&P. S&P still trying to close inside this original 10-minute bullish candle. This could just be one massive back test. They could easily push us back up, but there's a bearish intraday head and shoulders pattern that's obviously on watch. Hasn't triggered yet, but very, very close to triggering. Very, very close. Bitcoin still trying to show some strength. Let's see if they want to make this one big chop fest. We're still trying to press higher. SPY still struggling a little bit. EPO still acting well. Markets are still just chopping at the lower boundary area. IWM still down 0.34, QQQ down 0.14. Microsoft, Meta, Tesla green. All the rest of your mega caps are red. Nvidia struggling today, down 0.58%. Silver, SLV still 4.24%. Bitcoin still hovering around 88,000, up about 1.2%. Test here for the bulls, trying to recapture opening range low. Again, we've had one big chop fest. Move up, move down. Now we're getting a big move up. Here we go. Through that opening range low, we would like to see a 10-minute candle close. We got that 1-minute candle close, and you can already see the volume coming in. Trying to push this market higher through that opening range low. Could be one big liquidity sweep that they just did. Now we're getting rejected off that previous little higher high from yesterday. Back under OR low. Is still struggling. SPY getting hard rejection on that 1 minute candle. Nasty. They're eating that candle liquidity. Is still struggling here, guys. SPY still technically in a bit of a bearish environment intraday. The volume is anemic today. Nvidia is still struggling. Dollar still trying to press here. SPY Q's IWM all negative. AMD, what's that saying? That went negative as well. Struggling. United Health still up 1.89. Constellation Brands still up 1. Mara trying to push here. One big chop fest still, guys. Tough indices to trade. Your dollar's still pumping here. Bitcoin catching another little bid. Markets are still struggling across all 3 indices. SPY holding up the best. Nvidia still struggling as well. Nvidia's literally kissing its 7-day moving average today, guys. So there's definitely some daily chart support on Nvidia. We'll see if it holds. Broadcom AVGO, that's still acting somewhat well intraday. Yeah, it could. Window dressing could sell small caps and buy big cap tech. Yeah. There's always that case. It's catching some 10-minute chart liquidity here, bouncing, so maybe it's going to help the markets here. It's been kind of a drag so far. Push, you have your dollar running into a little bit of near-term resistance here. The DXY filled its gap fill, and now it's seeing some initial selling on your 10-minute chart, so maybe the markets catch a bit of a bounce here. Even back to this 1-minute EMA wouldn't surprise me, but definitely chopping and burning some theta down here in a bit of a bearish range. It does look like they're trying to consolidate it to go lower, but you're into some decent daily chart support areas on your S&P, your NASDAQ, NVIDIA. So I'd expect to bounce first, but still bleeding a little bit lower here, slow dripping. All right, SPY just tapping new low of day there. It's still going through some distribution here, as they're trying to break this pattern down a little bit more. It's getting wicky down here. SPY still struggling through that opening range low. Dollar is softening. BTC starting to gain a little bit more bullish liquidity. Mara trying to curl to the upside, now testing 960. MSTR still up 1.27%. SLV still up 4.2. Interesting. Market's still struggling down here in Spyland. Little liquidity coming back into the picture. You got Nvidia still struggling a touch here. Google back to the green side. Meta still up 1%, but has pulled back nicely. Tesla still holding green. Microsoft still holding green. $688.20. I wonder if they're going to push us back to $688.25. Still a massive confluence zone there. A lot of liquidity sitting there. We've been rejected off that 688.25 level a few times. A few times. All right, SPY still struggling. Broadcom looking good, like a high of days coming for AVGO. Certain semiconductors are looking really decent intraday, and then others are looking nasty. So there's obviously some intraday rotation happening between individual semiconductors. Netflix still struggling. Quantum names are still holding. Natural gas pulling back here. Still up 2.8%, but definitely having a decent pullback. Crude oil, what's that doing? 1.27. Interesting. So SPY's continuing to sell off here. You got Broadcom, Nvidia now taking some downside liquidity. New lows for your S&P. Silver and gold so shiny. Yeah, they're getting a nice bounce today. Definitely the bull market. Still in a raging bull, gold and silver. That's for sure. But whenever you see these big Rick reversals, you got to know that big money's starting to unload. So just be careful. I'm not saying silver can't go higher, but when you see a 9-10% swing at the highs, that's big money selling. And it's broken crazy deviation moves from the mean, so now your dollar's still wicking around here. Trust me, speculation money moving silver, 10 to 12% swing. That's big money. It's not just speculation money. Speculation money doesn't move markets like that. You're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar asset that swings 10%. That's not just speculation money. That's some big profit taking. It's still strong silver, don't get me wrong. But a candle of this magnitude, it's crazy. That's a swing. That's a massive intraday swing. I'm not saying you can't take out the high. Usually you do, but that was a 15% swing in a multi-trillion asset. So just be aware of that. So your QQQ right now is sitting on its 20-day moving average, bouncing, but it's underneath its 7. So it's a bit of a battleground right now. Bitcoin's still pushing here. BTC acting very well. 88.7 on deck, looking like it wants a new high of day. So crypto stocks might also capture more liquidity today. All right, big pop here in the market. Don't know if there's news or something, but that's a nice liquidity pop out of a 1-minute candle. Yeah, short a 15% bearish reversal. So silver is in a raging bull market. We all know that. Even with that big reversal we saw yesterday, still in a big bull market. Only back tested the 7. Whenever you get a bearish reversal from an all-time high in a raging bull market, you want to wait for the pattern. You want to wait. Usually it takes a couple weeks, but you never want to short a 15% swing on an asset. That's chasing. And they pop it right back up on you. Because again, you have to think about it. There's a lot of short-term traders who are shorting that parabolic move, and they covered yesterday off of 15% swing in options is crazy. I know the options IV was high for SLV contracts, but um, nevertheless, if you picked the high, which some traders did, or if you swung puts on Friday at the SLV closing high price, you would have been paid. But chasing a 15% downside swing is always asking for trouble. All right, markets are setting up here for a little bit of a push intraday. Nice squeezing of price, guys. This is what happens when there's light volume, low volume, I should say. QQQ 7-day moving average is at 621.07. Right now, price is at 620.44. So we could still push up another 60, 70 cents before we hit daily chart resistance on your QQQ. Nvidia is still trying to push up a little bit. Broadcom looks like it wants a new high a day, guys. Look at that squeeze in the market, guys. Big, beautiful push. Coin going for another high of day, guys. BTC looking pretty strong here. New high of day. BTC new high of day. QQQ is coming up into its 7-day moving average. It's about 30 cents away. Dollar's pulling back pretty hard. Markets are still charging higher here. Getting a really decent push. It's squeezing here, guys. Market is absolutely squeezing. Crypto ripping. Dollar imploding. I did take a couple trades in the group as well. Look at the push in the market, guys. Big push. Market is looking trendy here, guys. Market's looking trendy. Spot. Sorry, QQQ is back to the green side, guys. I think there's going to be a crazy red to green reversal in Data Vault, guys. This stock has been absolutely crushed over the last 9 days, 6 weeks down. I wouldn't be surprised if they take Data Vault green today. That's a bit of a risky, cheap penny stock. If you're wanting to trade it, have some exposure. I did take a nibble on commons. All right. SPX back above 6,900 and moving. S&P still trying to squeeze. Crypto taking a little bit of a breather. BTC, potential little double top. You're now hitting that 618. Looks like the market could try to push for another high of day here, guys. That would not surprise me. Back above volume weighted average price so far on your S&P. Energy stocks have pulled back a little bit. Squeeze and spy, still ripping here, guys. We are still ripping. Is he saying 11:30 bigger bull day? Yeah, we'll see. Markets are bullish, guys. They're trending right back to OR high. We could be in for that. I thought we were going to get a trend day off of this initial move, but it looks like there was just too many calls out of the money position. They had to annihilate that liquidity, trap the bullish, and they trapped the bears down here. So it's been tough. I mean, we could get to this high area again, 688.40 zone, and they could reject us. You know, it's a choppy day. That's for sure. Low volume chop, nasty. But we were able to take a couple of trades in the SPX group. We are seeing BTC gunning for that 89K again. Still trying. Still trying to push. So SPY still bullish above 687.48, your volume weighted average price. Seeing a little bit of selling off that opening range high, which is natural after you've had a big move into that area. A little bit of short dated contracts are going to be taking profit. I certainly would have been as well. We'll see if we get the pullback and then trend continuation, guys. So there could be setting up here now an inverse head and shoulders intraday. If I take away this fib level, small time frame pattern, guys, and I don't know if it's going to break out, but we could be setting up now a potential inverse head and shoulders, a secondary one. And if we break out, it's quite a decent sized intraday pattern, which could send us pretty decently high. I mean, I still think that the top of this channel, since we've hit the low, the high, the low, undercut it here, I feel like we could still push to the high of that channel. But I don't know if they're going to burn a lot of theta here. Chop us ahead of FOMC minutes. That's at 2 o'clock. So there's been some big tradable moves. Initial push up. So calls, puts, calls. But we'll see what happens here. Rocket Labs is flying today. RKLB ripping. Yeah, crypto looks ready. I think BTC bounces back to 96,000 and then we'll reassess there. Even maybe 99K. I have a target up there. I know everyone's bearish on crypto right now. It's been looking like it's putting in a weekly chart bear flag, daily chart bear flag, but trying to hold a little bit of some higher lows here. So I think Bitcoin catches a bounce before it rolls over. I'm very bullish crypto as well. Smooth guys, NVDA seeing some bullish price action till it ends the year positive. You're holding your crypto longs. Nice. Buy looks to be putting in a bit of a trending rally here back to the highs. And had a bit of a failed breakdown on your bearish pattern. So this head and shoulders tried to trigger and the bearish pattern failed. And they say big moves come from failed patterns. So considering we had a failed bearish pattern, we could easily have a big bullish reversal. Fully bully here, guys. Fully bullish. We are ripping. That hammer, 10-minute hammer candle. Market is squeezing. Squeezing. Yeah, I've been bullish today too. Look at that push. What a rip, guys. What a rip. All right, 688.25 is your value area high for SPY. 688.25 value area. We squeezing, baby. We squeezing. Wow. What a move. Go squeezing, guys. Market is ripping. Look at this move. Holy moly. That's crazy. What a reversal back up. We'll see if this is the right shoulder for potential inverse head and shoulders. So price action wants to start curling up here very shortly. If we are to create a right shoulder formation here, that would potentially set us up here for a bit of a breakout attempt through this previous pivot high. And if this does prove to be an inverse head and shoulders, we got quite a big move that could occur. 690 on SPY, we'll see. Yeah, it's just a stall for sure. In a bit of a chop range. BTC's pulled back a little bit here over the last 30 minutes, under 89,000 again, but still holding intraday higher highs, higher lows. Market's tricky here, guys. Could still test your OR low again, but there is some support here. SPY volume weighted average price 687.49 on your view app, but tough read on the tape when you've had an up move, and now a down move. There's really no trend, unfortunately. Your dollar is softening here. Tesla's green up 0.39, Meta up 1.12, Google still holding positive. Nvidia has drastically moved up off of the lows, but still negative. Microsoft up 0.2, all indices still negative with your small caps leading the downside price action. Okay, so SPY's testing a little bit of a bearish zone again, losing VWAP for the week, testing opening range low, piercing that channel again. Every time it looks bearish, they just turn it around and rip it, but nasty. Nasty trading range. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's crazy. Not a bad S&P, SPY upside calls, not a bad area here. You can now use kind of this lower boundary wick as your stop loss. I might take some 688s calls here. Again, here it is. I hopped in some SPY 688 calls here. 5 cent risk stop loss, so not looking to trade crazy size today. It's just chopping still. Let's see if we can make a move up. No one's saying silver bag holders, Tom. I don't think anyone said silver bag holders. I just said big money's starting to sell. It's ripping intraday. And that's what usually happens. Usually the first pullback off of a high. It's not a bag holding asset. It's just still super extended. You just got to be mindful. Whenever you see reversals of this nature, just be mindful. There's some big players. Lots of volume. We could easily push for a new high on SLV. Chances are we are going to get a new high on SLV. But we're getting close to a top here. A near-term top. But yeah, silver's still strong. Acting well. Acting very, very well. Yeah, I don't need to buy any either. I've got my dog wants to go out, eh? Getting tick here on SPY. Again, just a lot of chop. Trying to save that opening range low again. So lots of liquidity sweeps. They're really screwing the orb traders today, it seems. A lot of failed opening range high breakouts, failed opening range low breakdowns. So they're still punishing chasers. Anyone that's chasing trend today is getting wrecked because there is no trend. Still getting some positive momentum here. SPY getting a nice candle. Moving up here. Come on. Pushes back to OR high. Come on. Get through this area. Seeing people trying to push and curl up a little bit here. Nvidia, Broadcom falling a touch. Tesla still up 0.5%, Meta still up 1%, Google up 0.2%. SPY is trying to hold its opening range low. Liquidity down here. Bitcoin still up 1.6%, pulled back over the last hour or so, consolidating. Catching some liquidity, guys. Seeing a little bit of strength on the 10-minute chart of Apple. You got Broadcom trying to catch some volume on its 10-minute chart. Dollar's still trying to press here. Come on, markets. Give us a move back to the high side. $6,900 on SPX. SPY still 10 cents away from recapturing volume weighted average price for last week. Slightly rejected intraday. Apple's pushing though. SPY still trying to get through some key resistance here. Nice buy program coming in. Come on, keep going. Give us a grind. Give us a grind. Markets, guys. Calls are ripping. Calls are flying. Keep going. Apple's starting to capture some liquidity. Bottom wicks in Nvidia. Apple's still looking fairly strong intraday on its 10-minute chart. Nvidia is still looking a little bit weak. Broadcom looking strong. QQQ looks like it wants to retest its 7-day moving average, which is still sitting a bit higher. 621.12 on the Qs is a big area. If you're long, protect your trade. Come on, push us back to OR high. Come on, SPY, get your big badass up there. Come on. I have about $10 a contract here on SPY. Pushing about 50% gain here, guys, on our SPY 688 calls, but I'm looking for more. Apple's still looking pretty constructive here. Come on, S&P, keep going. All right, Apple's still pushing here, guys, on the 10-minute chart, looking pretty productive. Got your QQQ looking much better now, starting to firm up. Nvidia's got some 10-minute bottom wicks, so the market's trying to push here a little bit. You've recaptured your OR low, that higher high from yesterday. Next resistance is OR high. We've been rejected off of that area once, twice. We'll see if third time is the charm. Volume is thin, so bulls definitely have the favored bias, even though we're negative. Still have pockets of strength in this market. I'm still in my 688 SPY calls, guys. I'm going to leave those with a break even at 23 cents. We called them out here. So we're up about 50%, just under 50% on those calls. But I'm not looking to trim. Unless we get through this OR high, I'd take my first trim. Otherwise, it's ride or die. Apple taking a little bit of breather. Nvidia's trying to go positive here. Still down by 0.16%. All right, QQQ is spiking here a little bit more. Here we go. Can we get these 688s in the money, guys? Let's get them. Come on, SPY. Push it. $621.13 is your QQQ daily chart, 7 moving average. That's where we've seen rejection a couple times. Rejection there. Sell candle. Nancy selling. I don't know where that came from. Some hard selling that's hitting the tape there. Punishing yet again the breakout chasers. Apple's still looking okay. Looks like it wants to go higher. Not even too sure where that selling came from individually. See rejection. SPY still chopping back to opening range low, looking bearish again. Very bearish. What a chop day. Yep, Datavolt getting smoked. Datavolt is getting smoked today. Throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I still think risk to reward. I mean, this stock you could easily catch a bounce tomorrow over the next couple days. Catch a 20-30% bounce the way it moves, but it's been decimated. Back to being a penny stock. Pretty crazy. Apple's still trying to push here, guys. Apple pushing here. Nvidia is still selling a little bit. Qs are still mixed. We're literally in no man's land right now on SPY. It's crazy. Apple's starting to rip here, guys. 10-minute chart going for 273. So if we get Nvidia to start to move here, it could help things. But Apple's still negative, but pushing. Still riding these 688s. Strong chance if we clear this high pivot, guys, we're going back up to 688.50 zone here. Strong chance here. Yeah, no, JP, you're right. They're definitely chopping for theta decay. Yeah, they're trying. Market makers are crushing both sides of the trades. Again, it has been a counter trend day where you buy the dips, sell the rips. Breakout buyers have been punished. Breakout buyers and orb traders. So two day trading strategies that are very tricky, but they obviously work out quite a lot. But breakout buyers, orb traders got punished here. Then you cracked your opening range low, which is usually a short when you go below your OR low. They punish the orb traders here and breakdown sellers. Then again, you broke out here, you got a little squeeze, and they absolutely wrecked anyone that retested and bought that opening range high. Then you cracked OR low again, and they punished the chasers by popping it up in their face. So it's been tricky. It's been very tricky, guys. There's been no clear trend. But I'm still in my 688s right now. Looking for some upside. Come on, give it to us. Apple looking much better. Nvidia now is trying to firm up. Broadcom trying to push here. QQQ trying to push here. SPY. Push it. Yeah, SLV is almost into its gap fill. Be careful, there could be a little bit of profit taking here, but it's still strong. Intraday, very strong. Just might get a big push here, guys. They're trying. Back above VWAP on SPY. Come on, break through this high pivot and we could see a squeeze. Low volume squeeze. Come on, so close. Trying to go green here. Nvidia's getting a big stick. NUAI. I saw your comment. I haven't looked at NUAI. 224. Oh my gosh. Down 16% today? Holy moly. NUAI. It's like falling like dadable. Crazy. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. NUAI. Tricky. I could see that going sub $1. I could see that going sub $1 NUAI. I'd be very cautious with that one. Just trying to get going. Come on, bust through, Spy. Just get in there. Video trying to move. Big rejection candle, guys. Big rejection candle. All right, nasty rejection for SPY. Everything continues to chop. Still chopping. I'm still in my 688s. Broadcom AVGO pushing. SLV, new high of day. You got Apple still trying to flag and push. Bitcoin has pulled back 88.3, giving up about half of its gains so far. Definitely seeing some accumulation under the hood of this market. Google doing well. What's that doing? SPY, big push. Breakout here. Give it to us. Give it to us. We've been patient. We have been patient. Give us a big push. Give us a new high of day. That would be nice for us to clear the high of day. I'd love that. We are looking somewhat constructive here, guys. Come on. Push it. One choppy day for sure. Ugh. Some push, guys. Here comes the push. Let's get it. Send it. Send it. Send it to 688.25. Send it. Send it higher. We're trying to clear this pivot zone. Come on, don't you dare reject us there. You can do it. Come on. Over 50% here. Come on, push it. Higher. Let's get these 688s in the money. Come on. Nvidia starting to look a little bit more constructive. Apple looking a little bit more constructive. All right, it's a positive 2-minute candle close above this high pivot. That's a higher high on the chart. That is a little bit of a higher high on the chart, guys. Where are the bulls at, guys? Pump it up. Come on. 6905, 10-minute EMA 113, 200 intraday resistance on SPX. We've bubbled up against that area once, twice, 3 times. This is 4th time. Come on, send us through it. Send it. Give us a nice free FOMC minute rally, and then a huge pop into FOMC would be lovely. The minutes. Minutes are in 49 minutes. Silver still pumping. Is the Russell doing? Spy's trying to go green, guys. Almost green on the session for your SPY. Almost green. Trying though. Let's look at Tesla, SLV. SLV still squeezing. Still have Apple looking pretty solid, guys. Nvidia's trying to break out on its 10-minute chart. Very close to a breakout on Nvidia. Intraday breakout, I should say. Nvidia's starting to push a little bit harder. Come on. All right, Nvidia's almost green, guys, on the session. We'll see if it wants to make another push. Intraday SPY still just stuck. Hasn't officially given us that big squeeze and breakout. Good consolidation here. It's freaking, I'd be shocked if they don't break us out here. It's very good SPY consolidation. But need to make a move here. Wake up when something happens, yeah. Yeah, so SLV almost filling its gap, guys. 70, what is that high pivot on SLV? High pivot on SLV 71.22. Not too far away from sweeping that high pivot. It's probably going to do it. It's about 1% away just to stop and capture a lot of that short liquidity. There's a lot of shorts still sitting at that SLV high pivot. Lots of shorts. So market makers, I do believe, want that volume. Come on, SPY, just break out here. Trying to go for a walk with my dog, but these calls are freaking, I mean, we're up, but I don't want to take them. Still pushing, guys, looking pretty solid. Come on. Chinese exports required special licensing and will be limited. Is that for silver? Maybe the market's gonna just stay pinned here until the minutes guy's at 2. You know, I tried breaking out here, but haven't been able to get through the zone yet. See some selling. Apple still looks like it wants to maybe push a little higher here. Nvidia is still fighting 188. Tesla's still struggling. Meta's still doing well. Google flat. Apple still negative. Come on, send us. Break us out of this friggin' range, guys. We've been patient with these 688s. Come on, send us to the top. Top side move. Let's go. But Dom, can't we GMO silver? We genetically modify everything. Come on. Can't we 3D print silver? I'm playing. You know I'm joking. Come on, Spy. Oh, you frickin' tease, man. Just when you think it's gonna go. Keep us. Come on. Send us. Send us. You need a 5D printer? Touche. Yeah, find me that stock. I'll invest in it. The market's trying to go higher here, guys. It's trying. We've put in a lot of range here. If we can bust through this, we should have a quick move into that 688.25 area. We're trying so hard here to friggin' get through this range. Come on, give it to us, SPY. Here we go. Nice breakout here. Really nice breakout. Come on, keep it going. We squeezing, baby. We squeezing. $621.15 is still your QQQ daily 7 moving average. Come on, get some follow through. Oh, S&P, you're freaking, where's your power? Where's your momentum? The volume is so thin. SPY, send it. Send it. Nvidia is green on the session, guys. Nvidia has turned green. All right, pretty hard selling coming into the tape here. Nvidia, semis, AVGO, all getting rejected here. SPY still seeing rejection off of that opening range high. So yet again, punishing breakout buyers with a nasty, nasty down move. We got 20 minutes till Fed minutes. 20 minutes. I'll be right back at this. Seeing a big push here in Apple. Apple's looking to go positive, flying. You got some weird patterns here. You got inverted head and shoulders. You got head and shoulders. That's why it's so choppy too. But the market intraday is giving us some higher lows and higher highs, so we'll see what happens. All right, a nice little push here. 13 minutes till the midnight, till the FOMC minutes. Back to that OR high. Still ripping here, surging, guys. Nvidia trying to go back to the green side. Bitcoin still selling off a little bit. Potential bear flag 10-minute chart. 7 minutes till Fed minutes, guys. 7 minutes till Fed minutes. No spot calls here. Again, I've been in these 688s. I've had a chance to take 50%. I'm expecting a pop. You never know off the FOMC. It won't be that crazy, I don't think. But then again, the volume is light, so the move can be a little bit bigger than what is anticipated. But I'm in 688 SPY calls. My stop loss is still at, I'm in at 23 cents on the 688s. My stop loss is, I gotta look here now again. The hell did I put my stop at? Just give me 1 second here. 18 cents stop loss. That's what it is. 18 cents. I'm expecting a pop to the top of the 69.10 wedge. All right, 2 minutes till FOMC. 2 minutes. I should say the minutes, not FOMC, just the minutes. Inflation becoming entrenched. That's a little bit bearish. Yeah, the Fed minutes are being digested right now so far. Really no movement yet. Dollar popped a little bit. SPY's trying to get through that OR high. A lot of consolidation here. If we pop through it, we should have a big move here. Lots of consolidation. But if this fails again, we could easily flush back down to 687.20. No movement yet in dollar. That's staying kind of flat. Sideways chop so far in the market. Which way are they going to go? Kind of a nothing burger so far. Nvidia is trying to push. The fact that the markets haven't sold off is positive. No, I don't think we're going to crash. Anything's possible. Well, you don't crash on low volume days. You don't crash on low volume days. Yeah, I'm still leaning bullish too. I'm leaning bullish intraday. I'm leaning bullish over the coming weeks. Nothing's really changed. The only problem here is the dollar is trying to creep higher. SPY is still flat to negative. Qs are still flat. Basically a nothing burger so far, guys. Crazy. They're gonna crash it? We'll see. Literally, what are we doing here? Could be. Looks like we're getting a little bit heavier here. Volume increasing on that intraday candle. Video back to negative, seeing some selling. SPY losing a little bit of momentum here. Looking somewhat heavy again in SPY land. They're sucking out the premium now. Nasty drop. Nasty drop. Market crashing a few points down. So it's been a pretty nasty chop day. Tried breaking through this opening range high. I really thought we were going to get it here. FOMC minutes turned out to be a nothing burger, but we've still sold off. Yet again, punishing breakout buyers' attempts. But we are entering power hour here. Volume is thin. Believe it or not, we could still push for a high of day on SPY, and we could also push for a low of day. So both scenarios are still on the table. For now, short the pops. Probably best to just do nothing in the indices, honestly. IWM did make a new low of day. That's down 0.5%. Nasty day for the Russell. Big stick on NVIDIA, 10-minute chart. Potential bullish reversal candle. The silver took a nice little dip from the highs. Silver basically running into a brick wall off the $78 area. Thanks, JP. All right, SPY's still just chopping at the lower boundary wedge again. 6,900 SPX still holding. Declined. Selling again. QQQ still stuck underneath its 7-day moving average. Oof, that's a nasty drop there. Getting liquidated, the bulls. IWM going for another low of day. Let's see if that's a true breakdown or if it's a liquidity sweep. But nasty sell side pressure here in power hour. So markets are looking a little bit bearish here into the close. Again, light volume, so we could see a big stick save, but so far, very bearish. Markets are trying to break down here. Uh-oh. Losing VWAP for SPY. QQQ still selling pretty hard here, guys. Nice 60 minutes of selling pressure, 6 consecutive 10-minute red candles on your NASDAQ QQQ. Apple still trying to hold some value. Nvidia selling off pretty sharply. Market won't go up unless the Q stops selling. S&P going lower. Next leg down. 687s. We're falling. Someone save it. Someone save the market. Big drops. Big drops here. They are ripping the market lower. IWM down 0.58. Tesla back to the dark side, down 0.69. Meta still strong, up 1.21. Google still slightly green. Apple negative. Nvidia negative. Microsoft flat to positive. Amazon still down by 0.3. Qs are seeing heavy selling. SPY dropping down to opening range low. They are knifing the market here. It's turning out to be a sour hour. Oh my goodness, look at that. That was filthy. That was pretty filthy there, guys. If you ask me, downright dirty. They knifed it. They knifed it. Right back through opening range low. Testing that dark pool print. Whoops. $6,900 on deck for SPX. IWM still at the lows. It's always the final wedge. It's always the final wedge. It's the final countdown. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do. Do 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 do. Do do. Imagine they push us back to high of day. That'd be pretty crazy. It could happen. It could happen. Sorry, guys. This market sucks. Yeah, it's a big chop fest. You know, YS warned you early in the morning. Tuesdays. Gonna be nasty. That was a big bounce though. Holy moly, eh? Let's see if they pump us. Keep pumping us. Dollar getting rejected at double top. Ah, that's the playbook, eh, Dom? I'm not even gonna repeat that because I confused myself reading it. Final 41 minutes. That was a strong 10-minute candle on SPY. High volume, 10-minute bottoming tail. Safe to say the lows are in today. QQQ still trying to push up here. Apple still flagging, looking pretty solid on the 10-minute chart. It's really Nvidia that's kind of putting a ball and chain on this market today. Big push here in SPY land. We squeezing. Imagine they take us to a new high a day. Imagine they take us to the top of this wedge. That would be crazy. Big squeeze. Big squeeze. Shorts are covering. SPX back above 6,900. And trying to push. Nvidia is still not really participating yet, but Apple's still holding steady. A little bit of top wick distribution. QQQ put in a really hard 30-minute hammer candle. Same thing with SPY. Nvidia is starting to get going here, guys. All right, so potential intraday inverse head and shoulders here late in the session. If they trigger this late, I mean, that would be pretty crazy. That would be very crazy if they were to try to trigger this pattern. That would be a nice end of day squeeze. Would be pretty crazy. Stranger things have happened. We still have MOC. Nvidia is still selling off. Seeing a little bit of selling. Apple's starting to struggle here, guys. IQ's still selling off here through Nvidia, Broadcom, semis, seeing a little bit of sell side. Will they turn SPY green? It's down by 24 cents right now. QQQ's down by 72 cents. Will they give the markets a bit of a facelift? Come on, push us up a bit, SPY. Give us a big squeeze into the end of the day. Big squeeze. Low volume, where are them bulls at? Where are 0DTE liquidity traders? Everyone still on vacation? See if this intraday bullish pattern can break out. You got a potential inverse head and shoulders, guys. That is going to try here into the close, and it's got some serious potential, especially on a light volume day with all this chop. They've burned a lot of theta today. Breakout buyers and orb traders have been crushed. So there's certainly they've captured a lot of liquidity on both sides of the trade to give a big directional move, but it's a big if. Palm seeing some nice liquidity. Nvidia is still just hanging around 187.50-ish. Apple 273.16. Breakout on the S&P yet. 22 minutes left. Big push, big push. Can they give us a new high or at least clear that opening range high? Volume starting to come in. Sell it. SPY's almost green on the session, guys. punishing the breakout buyers again. Crazy. Oh. So we're still seeing the S&P getting sold into. Dollar still near the highs. Bitcoin 88K. Meta is strong. Google somewhat firm. Tesla selling. Still have that MOC pop in 7 minutes. Yeah, market's still choppy, installing. Looked promising there, but every time it's looked promising, they've slapped it down. Not wanting to break it down. What's interesting is as the S&P was trying to break out there, look what's putting in new lows on the session. IWM fully liquidated here. Nastiness for the Russell 2000. Coming in hot, hot, hot. SPY still holding volume weighted average price. VWAP sitting at 687.49. That's one little positive for it. But look at that Russell. Fully sell side pressure. That Russell's coming in hard. Hard, hard, eh? Small cap, high beta land is not liking it. So still losing a ton of momentum here. Bitcoin now selling off, looking intraday 10-minute chart of BTC not looking that strong anymore. Potential head and shoulders on your 10-minute chart. Even natural gas gave up its gains. Crude oil gave up its gains. They pretty much pumped and dumped most assets here. Silver remain, even gold pump and dump a little bit. Silver's remained firm. Gold is underperformed. Gold's been selling pretty much all morning and all afternoon, and silver's been pushing. Four minutes till MOC. 4 minutes. Nvidia catching some liquidity, getting a nice stick. Yeah, I remember you calling that out there, Dom. Yeah, it's a cool stat. Definitely a cool stat. IWM still at the lows of the session, guys. The Russell is getting liquidated, fully liquidated. Volume is starting to step up for your IWM, but nasty sell candle for the Russell. Damn, the Russell, that should have been the top short. It's been such a clear downtrend this morning. I can't believe I missed that. That would have been a nice fade. The Russell's kind of been your only clear trending indice today. Two minutes till MOC. They're dropping it like a rock. Sell before MOC. Really hard sell. As for the Russell, pretty weak MOC, guys. A little bit of buy side pressure across all the indices, but again, it was very weak. That was a nasty. Weak. C, very weak. Not even a big move up or down. Just pinned. Well, what do you know? So that's a really nasty S&P 687 retest opening range low, dark pool, pierce, nastiness. The IWM got hammered. Your QQQ got absolutely hammered. They've swept all that liquidity off that pump. It's been one ugly session in the market. Tough to trade, guys. Very tough to trade. No real trend. Look at them, just fully liquidating the S&P here. Nasty. Holy. That is just downright filthy. Guys, that's the market close here. That is the market close. We'll see you all tomorrow. Hopefully we get some better trends to trade. But thank you all for tuning in. Take care.